Yep, it is. Okay.
I have some words.
Good morning, Athenaeum. Here. It is a understatement to say that this is one of my very favorite events in the year. I have been enjoying coming to this event since its inception, and it is a great joy to be able to see all of the incredible talent and skill that the artisans volunteer put forth into these displays to show not only a depth but also an incredible breadth of work. What you're seeing here today is truly one of the finest things on here, and it makes me very, very proud to be here. So thank you all so very much.
I would just echo this. We absolutely love the exhibition style of this. Being able to just kind of go around, talk shop with all your different bodies of work, and be able to share that knowledge with everybody. So it's absolutely wonderful to be here again. We look forward to seeing everybody today, and please enjoy.
Thank you, everybody, for coming and sharing your art and your science and your talent with us. I want to commend those of you who listen to your first time. It takes courage and it takes organization to get all of that here on the road and share that with us in here. So thank you, enjoy. I challenge each and every one of you to learn about a new art, to meet a new artisan, and have a fantastic day. Thank you.
Hearing Eleanor of the Crystal Hall, their Majesties invite you to their presence. Eleanor of the Crystal Hall, please come into their Majesties' presence.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Greetings, Eleanor. Thank you so much for joining us in our court. So, for anyone who doesn't know, I think Eleanor has been a shining example of what it means to research and consider the period aesthetic, the period nature in which that we approach the SCA. And it is an incredible thing to be able to see how it is that you bring this love of research and this love of what it is that we do into not only your dress, but your enchantment and your artistry and as an instrumentalist. It is for all these reasons that we would very much like to recognize your prowess and persona development, and we would invite those members of the Order of the Park to please join us.
It's all honor those who have striven for excellence in persona development, persevering in their task. In China, the cart is symbolic of perseverance. Thus, Kui Lao chose the cart to mark those whose accomplishments in this endeavor were worthy of notice and praise. The man of the members of the order may wear an embroidered hat, token of her esteem, and the emblem is Ghoul, a carved Korean and bowed oar. Their Majesties are minded to admit a new member to the Order of the Cart this day.
We are minded to admit you to the Order of the Cart. Will you accept membership in the order? And with it, a responsibility of continuing a development of your own persona and offering assistance to those who would do the same. Wonderful.
Not oft use I to write, in prose nor yet in rhyme. Yet will I strike one sight that I saw in my time. I saw a noble dame in echo tall she sat, all dressed in garb well prominent, and frilled from wrist to hat. Complete was all her suit. Each stitch her own hand's art. She played upon a lute, a tune which moved my heart. Her camp in which she played was built by her own hands. In comfort there friends stayed, and ate her finest viands. Young Eleanor, truth told, with beauty fills her life, as like a minstrel bowl, oft moves us in delight. Thus, on this day, do we, in wisdom bold and sharp, admit her hence to the right order of the cart.
As much as we've spoken to your talents and the things that you've done to enrich our kingdom through your artistry and your research in Corona, we recognize that this is not something that you've done alone. And that so many of the things that we've spoken about for you also applies to him. If you would not also mind. Elizabeth, will you also accept membership into this art order? And this is of your own persona and offering assistance to those who would do the same. Wonderful. Then please accept from our hands this token of your accomplishment and ours.
Oh, many points in number are increased, and all worthy of notice and of praise. Of one Elizabeth Piper, pieces from heart, which all the persona she has made. The people cry, hark, king and queen, we pray, see this Elizabeth, and notice, take her garb, her camp, and her music sway. So by thy mercy, for thy mercy's sake, give loud to her from hands and lips and grace. Her art is cause that we so need to hear, to have her music aid in charming courted case. Her garb is cause that scarce we dare to praise, so do we for her skill with cloth and harp admit her to the order of the cup. I am hand and seal this 24th day of June on the Society office, being 2023 Gregorian, in our court royal in the Barony of Madrone. 3 cheers for the newest member of the order of the park. Thank you. Let Athenaeum de Beaumont enter the royal presence.
Hello. Speaking secrets for people who understand it's sometimes very difficult. And you're probably wondering why I've asked you to come in to speak with us today. So, Lady Amblin is an extremely accomplished artist. Not only is she an incredible seamstress, but she is remarkably talented at every single art that she picks up. All over bookbinding to embroidery to costume. She just, it really knocked my socks off. In fact, she intended to display today at Athenaeum, but out of her service to the crown, she is attending me rather than displaying her work for everyone here to see. But your work has not gone unnoticed, and it's not missed. And for these reasons, we are minded to do this.
The heavenly spheres and fortune stars give their light to all, but none shine brighter than the hearts of Antier's people. Generous with their time, talented with their craft, the sharp tools and keen minds do our artisans create wonders for the ages. In the spirit of this generosity, King Athos and Queen Eleonora, dear and beloved sovereigns of Antier, call the name of Adeline de Beaumont to give her honor and fame for her services to the arts and bestow into her the Jean de Leon.
Thank you so much.
McFarland, come before the king's throne.
Holy cow. Thank you so much for joining us on our forum. So, Justin, it's my understanding that you are a bit of a poet. In fact, the poem you just read just a little bit ago might have been your own hand. For anyone who doesn't know, Barry Benson is actually the author of the amazing scrolls that were presented to Jane Eleanor and Jane Elizabeth Piper. He writes ceremonies, he writes scroll texts, he writes poems, and he enriches our kingdom through his work. And for these reasons, we are minded to create him a wordsmith among here.
For the recipient of the wordsmith, a joyous noise.
So that was the conclusion of our piece of business for morning court. We will have an evening court later this evening after the presentations are completed. That will be taking place, as I recall, outside. Yeah. Oh, outside. Perfect. If you join us there for court this evening, we look forward to meeting with you all and speaking with you and reviewing and seeing your displays. We really hope that we want you to reach out to us. Like if you want to come and talk to us, please don't feel that you can't. We very much want to be able to meet everyone and say hello. And thank you all so much for being here. It's truly great.
Thus sustains the court of Artisan Eleanor. You have their Majesty's permission and encouragement to go and enjoy the day. I just opened it a couple minutes ago.
You're going to need to tap back into the.
Yeah. So you want to go over that side so you've got the Madrone banner in the background also? Yes,
Okay.
perfect.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello and welcome to Athenaeum 2023. I am Baron and Garrett. This is Baron Christopher.
Yes.
And we are the Baron and Baroness of the hosting barony. We're super excited to have this event for the sixth time this year. The amount of enthusiasm, talent, art, science, research displayed here is unbelievable. So thank you all for joining us on live stream. We're really excited to have you here. A special shout out to our remote producers who are doing serious heavy lifting today. Thank you so much for that, as well as the live stream team here on site.
Yeah.
If there are any questions about the event, I'm sure that our fantastic communication and camera crew can relay those, and we're happy to answer those too.
Enjoy looking around as we go through the day and do various short videos on the various the exhibits. Are there any exhibits that you're excited to see?
All of them?
That's the right answer.
I'm kind of a bit of a math and spreadsheet nerd, and I figured out I'd have 6 minutes per exhibit if I tried to see everybody today. So I'm probably not going to try to see everybody, but I'm really interested in, for instance, Dagmar, who's doing some really cool Mesoamerican stuff, which is really unusual. I got to catch up with Bianca, who's doing some beautiful Chinese velvet flowers and Chinese work. There's just so many really interesting, different, unusual exhibits here that are not things that I normally see or play with. And I always leave here wanting to learn at least 3 new craft forms. I haven't decided what they're going to be. Not like I have time, but those are pretty exciting.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you very much.
Well,
Just from here to there.
We'll drop this right here.
Okay.
Is there anything in there you're gonna want to show off?
No. I don't think. Hi, I'm Duchess Miranda Quilcherna, and I come from the Barony of Stromgard. I've been in the SCA for over 30 years, and I have started doing more heraldry for court, and through that I have also started doing some writing of ceremonies and for peerages or investitures, coronations and such. And I just want to acknowledge that some of my greatest pieces of work have been working with other artists, in that perhaps I do the writing for a peerage scroll and somebody else does the illumination, and yet another person will do the calligraphy on the scroll as well. Another great passion of mine is writing Norse poetry and working with the different symbolism and working with people's personas to try and match those things up to really do honor to an individual. So today I'm going to share with you one of the entrances to a laurel ceremony for my star Marika Sigrun's daughter. I was able to do the walk-in entrance of her, so I'll be reading to you that. As one who sat the lion thrones and heard clear counsel at my knee, my mind vault brims with praise well earned, the Norse maiden, a jewelry tree. Wherever I fared over frozen fjords or wandering wind-capped waves, is known master craftswoman of our Marika Sigrun's daughter. Goodly gift-giving glass glower, she sets glass flowing from royal vaults, as ale in the victor's mead hall. From Jorvik joyfully journeys, faithfully great ring-givers call. We have come to this regal house with praise in full of this artist. Her web is full, woven, and fine. Royal coffers are lined with her largesse. Valkyries sing Marika's song. She rallied warriors and kin. As benevolent baroness, mighty maiden moved mountains. This tale of deeds and beads is said. Who hears this, pay heed and hearken. She who no more than ravens on rooftops of lore, and sing to all this spearwoman's words. Go in now, Marika, and bow to our bold lord. Greet the great queen with courtesy. Let no fear be found in your heart, though the hall be full of sword trees. So in Norse poetry, there are a lot of kennings. Kennings are ways that words are crafted to represent something. So if I were to say jewelry tree, that means a maiden adorned with jewels. And in here, the wandering wind-capped waters, you hear the alliteration that's often used in Norse poetry. Is there anything else you'd like to hear?
You've got time for
I do. This is an ode to my husband, Duke Tiernan, who twice made me Queen of Ontir and fathered our twin sons, and twice has served as Baron of Stromgard with me. This is called Word Fame of Wealth and War. He who fed the eagles, having dealt lifelong ban, battle-bold wealth breakers, returns now to the land, boastful in heroes' hall, heady from honey wave, commander of sea steed, imbibing in ale cave. He tells the warrior's tale of warm ale of the wolf, sword-cloven slaughter food, littering the cold earth. Speaks singing song of swords, of the furious rain, and the storm of spear points, slipped remnants of kids' pain. Brash, brawny buck, battle-born bard, clever, quick cleaver of western king's crown, brave brother, bold bull, boasts baron, retells worthy renown. Bold battle oak, silver-tongued skald, orator of epic eddas, wonderful weaver of word fame, voice Valkyrie's vendettas, beckoning, bloody battle din, testing talents Tiernan teaches, stately salutes, sable-sanctioned scent, now rakes rooms of racers' riches. This master of riches, crown crusher, word bold, hurls just jaw lightning, conveys caches of gold. Hero of this heroine's heart, retires, rests in ring giver's hall, making merry with Miranda, inspires, immortalizing all. This retire now to hearth fire, parting peace weaver's lips, into meetings of dreams, sleeping best benchmate slips. So here you heard a lot of alliteration in that. Bold battle-born bard. What I've learned though over the course of my research is that a lot of the alliteration didn't necessarily happen in the kennings within a line, but would start, one line would start with an alliterative word that would go with the next line, the beginning of that word. So I'm still learning a lot about Norse poetry and about the symbolism, and I'm having a good time with that. So thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Thank
Do
you.
you remember maybe there was an aha moment where you suddenly decided, I really like Norse poetry and I want to try doing my own handout?
Yes. So Duke Tiernan, my husband, he is actually the one who started doing the Norse poetry. In his readings for his master's thesis in the North century 12th century Norse invasion of Ireland, he also came across a lot of written poetry and such, and started learning about that, and was really taken with the kennings. And so he did an epic poem about the members of the ship crew, which is his war band. And after that, I did I did a poem mocking them, and really enjoyed doing so, and performed that for them. And then they did enjoy it, I think. And of course, they were in the ale cave and were imbibing the honey mead, so perhaps they wouldn't appreciate it so much. If they weren't drinking, but they did at the time, and I enjoyed doing that. And from there, I just really branched out into doing a lot of ceremonies and introductions for friends of mine, and I just love learning about other cultures as well. It's not just Norse poetry that I do, but I've done some work with Turkish personas, Mongolian, Norman, and then, in fact, I have a Norman writ here somewhere. That Nita Rittarelli, who is our kingdom jester of sorts, she did a competition at one of our July coronations to get more people interested in the arts of that. And so I did a writ of title conferred on her to be the kingdom jester. So.
Thank you so much for your time.
No problem. Thank you. I can't find what I was looking for. Yeah.
I've been seeing a lot of your work up in Thierry.
Oh, yeah. Awesome. Yeah, I love working for Thierry. Thank you so much. Oh,
Whenever you're ready.
alrighty. Hi, I'm Ursula von Freiberg. I work with the Thornwood Scriptorum, and I mostly do wordsmithing and calligraphy. This is a collection of most of the words that I've done. I've done over 50 period documented scripts. And then I brought some examples of my process, as well as some of the books I use for influence. I started around 2017. I'm friends with Jadwiga, and they needed words for something, and they said, hey, you love writing, why don't you try something out? So I said, all right, I'll try it, and I've been doing it since. I also do some calligraphy. I did the calligraphy on this part, and then this as well. And those are both my words as well. And I just love seeing, the John Neal calligraphy from there. And yeah, I always love seeing the way people talk about their lives and the letters they write to each other and the poetry that has been around since we've been scribbling things on rocks. So yeah, that's just kind of what inspires me. Huh?
Scribble and wordsmithing are two distinct but very related things.
Yes.
Do you like the challenge of being able to marry the two together?
Very much so. I learned very early that I was a little too verbose for the calligraphers, and I found that out when I had to calligraphy my own words, and then all of a sudden the words got shorter. But yeah, it's always really exciting to get a chance to do both ends, but it's also exciting to see what other people do with my words. So I really enjoy doing both aspects.
What's the challenge with scribble? Is it the calligraphy that you do? Do you do illuminations?
I only do calligraphy at this point, and the wordsmithing. The wordsmithing is usually what I do the most of. So.
And what keeps pushing you to try different forms of calligraphy?
Just seeing all the beautiful hands there are. There's actually a 16th century German hand that I want to make my own. So I've been finding all the documents and trying to figure out how to make a font so that I can keep it with me and recreate it. Yeah.
It's awesome to hear where you want to take it next.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Hello, my name is Sir Bram de Lyon. I'm a knight and a member of the Pelican here in Ontario. And I am mostly fascinated in general by the mechanics of how things came to be. For example, I am a Shakespearean. I love Shakespeare, but I do not look at the bunch of books of the plays and think that that's Shakespeare. I am fascinated by the printing process in which the plays were printed after he died. I'm interested in the mechanics that he used to create his plays and looking at the similarities between the plays to indicate where his talent and his genius come into play. Why did he make the decisions that he did in constructing all of his works, his sonnets and his plays? To study that, for example, I've studied iambic pentameter for the last 50 years or so and have written in the style of sonnets. I've written over 3,000 sonnets just to understand how one deals with iambic pentameter time and time again. And that gives me a clue. I'm also fascinated by money, and this is a modern coin, but it still had to be printed, and they did have tuppence in Shakespeare's time. This is a recreation of an angel. This is hand struck by people out of the kingdom of the West, and it's called an angel, and it's got an archangel on it, and it's worth half a crown. And Shakespeare, of course, mentions money of many of his times in his plays, and we can, if we have an understanding of that, then we understand what the lines mean more, as well as understanding when a person came and was a groundling for a Shakespeare play, they paid sometimes a day's wages to do that. This is all part of the mechanics of why Shakespeare was popular, why he continues to be popular, because he spoke to the common person. They saw themselves up on stage, and they're willing to give a day's wages to come see a play. As well, I'm also interested in, as I said, the printing press. Now, this is not a period newspaper. This is a magazine from 1747, and I can take off the shiny screen there. This is an actual newspaper from that time. Actually, it's a magazine. And because a lot of the technology of the Renaissance really fed into the colonial period and the time of Benjamin Franklin, which is another area of my interest, we can learn from the way that the colonials use language, use spelling, and use technology to understand how the technologies of the Renaissance work. Because printing press is pretty much the same from the time of Shakespeare to the time of Franklin. And so we have a lot more of Franklin's artifacts than we do of Shakespeare. So we can learn from one to inform us of the other. I'm also very interested in being a welcoming person, being a chatelaine of sorts. So if somebody walks in the door and sees anything on my table about Shakespeare, about coinage, or about if I'm have my armor on, or the jewelry that I have, or the musical instruments that I play with, I can introduce them to that, and then again welcome them, make them feel that whatever talent they have or whatever talents they want to gain, I can be one of the many people who help point them in the direction where they can gain more. I have friends who have personas of all different sorts, and so like one person was interested in coinage, I can point them to the Ontario Moneyers Guild, and that's a real joy for me. If they have always wanted to learn music but have no musical talent, I can teach them something of the baron or the doumbek, the Irish or the Middle Eastern drum, because it's a very easy instrument to pick up, or the Irish penny whistle. Again, with this, they can hear a tune. And they go, I would love to learn that. I can get them a very inexpensive whistle and give them basic lessons. And that is, I think, the heart and soul of what we do, is we reach out, we welcome people in, we find out what they're interested in, and help get them into more of that. And it doesn't matter if they already have experience or not. We excel at welcoming people and getting them to be seen if they want to be seen, to learn if they want to learn, to perform if they want to perform, and to study if they just want to study.
Greetings. My name is Erin Carino, Laurel of Bontier, and I'm the Laurels and Exhibitors Coordinator for this year's Athenaeum. But I've been either an exhibitor or on staff for every Athenaeum that we've had here in Ontier since Master Charles brought it as a concept to Ontier from Anstiora. One of the things that we have really wanted to focus on is creating a space where artisans can engage with laurels and be seen and recognized for their work without the filter of a judging form, flattening everyone out to make a one-to-one comparison of things that in many cases don't warrant being compared one to another. It is the necessity with a competition that you do that, but it takes away the persona of the artisan and it takes away their own artistic philosophy when you have to reduce them to a set of numbers on a score sheet. One of the common half-truths, I'll say, that we tell the artisans is that this day is about them. And for a large part, that is true. This is about them getting to define what will be a successful day for them, whether it's, if I talk to 3 people because of my anxiety, I'll be happy, or I want to talk to everyone and have a 12-foot tall display with moving parts. We can help them realize either one of those goals, but they're the ones who get to say, this is what I want to do, how feasible it is that. The reason we want to do that is because as Laurels, our job is to be teachers still. And this event lets us learn about a mass of artisans and then become teachers to each other about those people that we've had firsthand experiences with, so that when we're talking about someone and their process as an artist, half the kingdom doesn't say, oh, I've never heard of her, or I've never met that person. 10 people can jump up and say, nope, at this Athenaeum and this Athenaeum and this Athenaeum, I had conversations with them and here are my impressions. And we get to help shape our peers' understanding of these artisans in a much more three-dimensional and textural way, as opposed to what can be a much longer and slower process when the only main means of an artist being seen and recognized for their accomplishment was through a competition. And we're really happy with how enthusiastic the kingdom has responded. You know, we have never gone below 45 to 50 exhibitors at any Athenaeum, whether it was an online or an in-person Athenaeum. And there is a significant number of people who come back to do it multiple times, but there's an equal amount of new faces and new voices that show up. I get the advantage of being the administrator for a Facebook group for all the exhibitors that most of the kingdom doesn't get to see. And one of the neat things about that is how tight-knit a cohort each year's exhibitors become. They will circle wagons around each other. If someone's having a crisis of confidence, they don't think they've got enough, or their stuff isn't interesting enough, they will rally around each other to support, offer advice, offer help getting stuff to or from. They really become a family, which drives home the idea that we are helping to create an arts community within Ontario by getting these artists together, letting them get to know one another online before they show up here so that they have established relationships with each other, and it's not just about us developing a relationship with them. They get to have one themselves.
Having had several iterations of Athenaeum now, do you find that because the cohorts are so tight that there's increased collaboration between artists?
There's increased collaboration. This year we did something a little different. We offered, because we don't ever want artisans to feel like there's a publish or die mentality about Athenaeum. You will disappear if you don't show up every year at Athenaeum, whether you have something new or not. We wanted to give people a way of sort of huffing the Athenaeum fumes without having to display. So we created a sort of mentor program where people who have exhibited in the past could act as mentors for new exhibitors this year to share their perspectives and experiences dealing with the various things that you need to think about when you're presenting yourself, and be a part of the energy build and the creative high that everyone gets from Athenaeum without themselves having to display. Turns out half of them did display themselves, so they were pulling double duty, but they absolutely rushed in so that as exhibitors would ask questions about how to do a thing or if something was acceptable, before I or the other administrators for the group could even get there to answer the question, these people who were the mentors were racing in to offer their first-hand experiences from years past. And it had been kind of that way every year, which was what made us think of doing an official mentorship program. Was every year, if there are people who had exhibited in the previous year or past years, they would always step in and say, here's what I learned, so you don't have to run into the brick wall yourself anytime an exhibitor was bringing up a question. So it's a really neat little group each year. And it's fun because we leave the Facebook group in place. We don't archive it when the year is over. So there is still background chatter in those groups periodically as they are telling each other where they're going or what they're doing. So they maintain a forum where they stay in contact with each other after the event itself is over.
It's such a neat opportunity to be able to build community.
Everyone has had those anxiety moments going into a competition event, and for the people who love competition, more power to them. I personally have never enjoyed that process because I've always had a problem with the intrinsic apples to oranges. How you compare someone who is forging a piece of metal to someone who is doing a piece of calligraphy work and flatten that into numeric values. And one of the things I would love to see happen is an Athenaeum where we focused on people who do collaborative work, because the SCA tries to embody cultures where anything that was made passed through a number of hands before it was a final finished piece. But we in the society expect our artisans to be a master of all the steps in that process in order to be recognized, and that never would have happened in period. An artisan would have done one thing or had one part of the process under their purview, and then it would have passed to the next expert who would add their thing to it. We don't have a really good forum right now, SCA-wide. It's not just on tier. This is in general, for how do we see those people and recognize and reward successful project management and collaborative work, because that's every bit as valid a way of expressing yourself. Saying, I only get joy out of embroidery. I don't want to have to make the whole garment. I don't want to have to weave the cloth. I don't want to have to speak to making my own needles and pins to be seen as a successful, valid artisan. I just want to embroider, and that makes me happy. We should have a way of putting a whole bunch of those people who each love doing the one thing and say, here, work as an artistic community as would have been done in the various time periods, and we're going to see it and recognize it and reward it because it's equally valid. So Charles and I had been talking about the possibility of trying to theme a little bit of Athenaeum on the next iteration so that it can be about highlighting groups that like doing collaborative pieces together, since we don't have a way of doing that otherwise.
Awesome. I think a lot of people are going to be excited to see what the next couple of iterations bring.
Oh, we hope so.
All right. Thank you so much, Barony.
Sure thing.
Hi, I'm Dunstan McClellan, and I'm showing some of my woodworking today, as well as some of my poetry. And so what I have here set up, I don't know if you can see it all, but I've got a couple chairs, a box stool, chest from the Osberg ship burial, and my woodworking bench, as well as one of my works in progress. This is going to be the side of what's called a Strixitten, which is a settee or a seat for 2 or 3 people. And what's curious about these is that the back is on a hinge. So if you're sitting with your back to the fire, but your front is cold, instead of having to turn the entire piece of furniture around, all you have to do is stand up, flip the back over, walk around and sit down, and now you're facing the fire. These were kind of piece of furniture that was popular in the 14th century. And in illuminations, we always see them in front of a fireplace indoors. There's a few extant examples, and from those we know that the style stretched from Flanders, where they began, into France, across the German states, into Switzerland, and as far as Austria. This project is being done sourced from a hardwood maple tree that fell in my backyard. And I took an 8-foot section of the trunk, split it with wedges, planed those down into planks and beams, and I've been slowly working on these, putting them together and doing the carved pierce work. Other than that, I also write poetry and lyrics, and Their Majesties graced me with Wordsmith of Antir this morning, which I'm very happy to have received. I also had 2 of my poems presented in court as part of awards given to Mistresses Eleanor and Elizabeth, which really pleased me immensely. Other than that, this is me, this is what I do, and the last thing that I've been doing, just this week, started learning how to do casting. So I have started casting pewter buttons, and I'm giving these away to everyone who comes and talks to me today. Unfortunately, I cannot put one through the camera to get to you, so I'll have to give it to the good gentle behind the camera. There, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I hope you have a wonderful day and enjoy the virtual event.
Hi, I'm Nicia Raposa. I am presenting a collection of various historical medical information. On this side, we have an overview of the history of dental surgery throughout North Africa, Europe, and the Near East. And then we have here is some distillation of herbal toothache remedies, as well as my alembic for making ether, which was distilled from commonly available ingredients like this copper sulfate as a surgical anesthetic. Here I have a couple other types of surgical anesthesia, which were various types of plants. We have black henbane, we have thorn apple, and we have monk's hood, as well as some mandrake root, all of which were used to numb pain and to essentially make your patient too drugged out to really care about how much their tooth hurt. Then over here I have a sunscreen that was made by a recipe from this book, Petrocula. This was written in the late 1100s in Salerno, Italy, which was a very the site of a very famous medical university and teaching hospital. And then at the end, I have some information about period contraceptives and abortifacients that were used. Most of these were discovered as early as the late Egyptian period, was used up through Greek and Roman, through most of European history. And on that, I focused on specifically on ones that we know are actually from modern studies we know are actually very effective. So those are the majority, the big pieces of my research. And Raphael, I wanted to show you because this is new from the last time you saw my presentation. So it turns out you can still get dental gold foil to make fillings, but you have to spend at least $300, and I didn't feel that rich. However, this is on loan from one of my dentists. This is actually a gold foil filling. So you see how well that molds to the tooth structure. So here's another one. Going on. This is a bigger one, but you can see that it still molds. So they only stopped using doing gold foil fillings within the last 15 years. And that's because of a combination of the cost of the material, the time involvement, because you have to carefully tap it into place, and the fact that a lot of people in the US these days just don't want a tooth that color. So up until the early 1500s, in all of this entire medical culture that involved Europe, through the Balkans, to the Eastern Europe, Mediterranean, North Africa, there was no concept of fixing a broken tooth. It just was not a thing. There was any concept of this in the histories. They would replace a tooth that had fallen out, or they extracted, but having a filling where you could scrape out the cavity of the tooth and then put a material in there to build that tooth back up and make it functional and healthy and usable again just didn't exist until this one book that someday I will find the actual book and not just copies of pages of it in other books. Friendly. So, and one of those things you can do is you can use instruments to scrape out the soft part of the tooth and then fill it with leaves of gold. As if this is a thing that everybody's been doing and everybody knows, and so we're just writing it down. So the question is, where did it come from? That book was written shortly, like right about the time that the European guilds of the surgeons and the physicians were coming back, being reintegrated. And as you know, the 500 years right before that, the people who were doing dental surgery were the barber surgeons, who were not the people going to school and writing books. So, were fillings invented by barber surgeons who were just passing the information down in their guild, and then someday when their guild combined with the physicians guild, now there's somebody who reads and writes stuff down and publishes books, now is writing it down in a book? Or is it possibly that this was developed maybe over in India, where there was quite a bit of back and forth of medical information? For a while, Baghdad was kind of the epicenter of medical learning, and so you'd have people from Europe come to Baghdad and people from India come to Baghdad to study, and the information would be passed back and forth. So was it something that was developed in Asia, and the European author just didn't feel like either everybody knew it and they didn't mention it, or the author didn't feel like giving proper attribution to the people who invented it? No idea. So that's a mystery that I'm still working on, but I now have gold foil fillings to show you. So I'm very excited about, because my attempts to do it with a different type of gold foil did not work well. So you really got to have a specific thickness. Otherwise it's too thick and you can't shape it, or it's too thin and it is flakes. Yep.
So hi, my name is Taliesin. I'm from the Shire of Gainscombe, way up north in the Principality of Tiree. So getting to Seattle was the Barony of Madrone was a long trek. But I'm happy to be here. I'm probably known best for my calligraphy, but I also make my own period-esque inks and period-esque pigments. And we have some on display. So there's both oak gall and black walnut ink, which you can see at the front. And then our samples of pigment, there's the woad, the cochineal, and then finally the weld. And so they're all known as lake pigments because they're made from vegetable matter as opposed to minerals or rock or clay or that sort of thing. I've been involved in the SCA since the September of 2001, so I've been around for a little while. As I mentioned, I'm probably best known as a calligrapher. This year I will have been doing calligraphy for about 54 years, and I've been teaching it in the SCA for close to 20. So
Can you talk a little bit about this piece here?
okay, so this is a I believe it's a spark, but I'm not positive. I'd have to look closely.
Yeah, spark.
Okay, so this is a charter. On Tier we use charters, which are pre-printed scrolls on 11 by 17, and then we have them painted. So this is one that I did the calligraphy for, and I actually painted, so that I could have a sample of my own work on hand. The one below it is actually modern calligraphy, and the background and the ink is my ink. So that's just a little, the prose is a description of what it is and what have you. But the background is actually done with black walnut ink.
How about this little inkwell here? Got anything to say about that?
That was actually a gift to me by Her Majesty Elena. And it's a member of the SCA actually made these Persian-style period inkwells. And at the time when they first came out, I commented when I'd seen the pictures, I would love to have one of those. And later, Her Majesty presented me with one, for which I was very thrilled. So this is an antique inkwell that I bought some time ago. So it was pretty and I liked it. So what can I say? So that's, in a nutshell, that's what I'm about. So thank you.
Goodbye.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Welcome to my booth. My name is Isa Aldamashka. I'm the inlands from the Barony of Madrone. I am a gallant to that barony. I am also an apprentice to Dame Julia Samparina. And so you'll see my booth today. I'm going to be doing pottery. Over here, I'm really doing the marginalias. I did a study of what the bunnies are and what they mean. I honestly get to blame Baron Thorkel's daughter, Lily. Anyone who knows Lily knows that she is definitely kind of that bunny, but she can also be deadly. So a bunny with a sword, to me, really does represent who Lily really is, though probably it's a throwing axe. My husband and I actually will be going to Uprising soon, and as part of that, we'll be visiting the Barony of 1,000 Eyes. So in order to help with that, we decided to go ahead and make some peacock items for them. So my part is going to be a bunch of peacock different cups. Most are from medieval marginalia, and you'll actually see, if you could scroll down to that weird little guy over here. This is back in the time when not everyone saw the animals that they were supposed to draw. So I'm sure someone described that peacock very, very well. But what you see is probably what the person thought that was being described. And I'm not sure about you, but it's not quite a peacock, somewhere between a chicken and a zebra. I'm not quite sure what they're going for there. But you get some pretty good examples, and you get some pretty fun ones.
Any other particular ones you want to point out?
No, those are kind of less. If you go down here to this one and this one, those are slightly different. This is going to be based upon a Roman wall arch. That's where you get more of that African peacock, that more beautiful bath look that they would do. And the one next to it actually is based upon a mosaic on a church floor in all its bright pinks and yellows and oranges and every color they could do. So you get some beautiful mosaic floor peacocks. Peacocks being, for the Romans and the Greeks, represented Hera or Saturn, her chosen animal. For the Christians, it kind of goes more towards rebirth. So obviously more towards maybe a Jesus type reference. So different cultures, different ways of using the same animal. Over here, and I will move the paper. We're going to have, this is more of the Iznik style. So I have a friend in Lions March, Malika. She was recently able to go and visit, and we have a shared love of all things art in the Turkish area. So as part of this, she was gracious enough to bring me back a scarf, and it is a gorgeous scarf. And so as part, it gave me this inspiration to make some Iznik style pottery. I've always wanted some of my own, and I've been working up towards drawing and making these pieces. So this is my first attempt at my very own set. And as you can see, they kind of take their inspiration from the scarf, but I did keep it a little more towards the traditional elements, not some of the swirls that are modern. Yeah, this is the scarf. So you'll see, I'll move it aside. You'll see the flowers and the raising pieces to this one. The plates are an homage to this one. Being bold is a little more difficult to paint inside for how deep these are. It was a simple flower. So this was the inspiration, as was the cups. So I get to think Malika, it's, as with most things art, you don't live in a vacuum. So what you create is really your interest, but it's someone else points the way. Someone else gives you an inspiration, a scarf, maybe it's their personality. That is really what art comes from. It's something beautiful you see, but it's also the beautiful people around you. And we have some amazing artisans in Ontario. I hope you're able to watch this beautiful live stream. Thank you so much for all your hard work so we can see it. Thank you for coming to Athenaeum, and I hope anyone out there who wants to try, it's not as scary as it looks. We encourage you all to come, and please join us next year.
Okay, so this all started from a desire to weave my own dress out of wool. So I based it on an extant fabric that was found at Baynard's Castle. It was a plaid. I love plaid. And so I created the fabric. I sold it by hand. And that got me thinking about what the important aspect or important variable for dyeing wool, or not dyeing, sorry, pulling wool was. And so I did another experiment. Turns out it's agitation. So then I started thinking, okay, well, I've pulled by hand. What difference does pulling by a fulling mill, which they had in that time period, in the medieval time period, what difference does that make? So I made my own prototype of a fulling mill. It's made from modern materials. It's got wood stock, which is the arm that swings the hammer, which is the foot part. And it would have been driven by a water wheel. And the water wheel, depending on where the water hit on the water wheel, would power the machine. And the higher it hits on the water wheel, the more efficient it is. So then I got some wool woven, threw it in the machine, experimented for 15 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, and 2 hours of fulling. And the 2 hour, this is my control, which didn't have any fulling. It's stiff, it's rough. This is the 2 hour, and it's nice and soft, and it's very flexible, and it will be much more waterproof than this piece. So that was my excitement with fulling. And so eventually I want to replace my foam hammers with my wood split from an apple tree hammer, and see if that makes a lot more difference, because it'll have more weight. But that also got me wondering about the extant examples at Baynard Castle, because that was 500-year-old cloth. How did it survive? And it was buried. So then I had to do an experiment where I took samples of different fabric. I did silk, cotton, linen, and wool, and I dug 2 holes 12 inches deep and layered the fabric with a little bit of dirt thrown in between the layers, and then buried it again all the way down. A year later, which was this past May, I dug up one of the holes and I teased apart the fabric because it was just almost like big chunks, and then washed it gently with distilled water and Kirkland soap, which is a gentle for wools and silks soap, and then let them dry. So the results are created are laminated here. So this is silk. This is the cotton, no longer white. This is the linen, and then wool on the end there. And the wool is degraded in a very interesting way. It's not consistently around the edges. It's seemed to be much more piecemeal. The linen and the cotton just seem to have a lot more degradation from the edges in. And the silk hardly looks degraded at all. It's a little stained from the dirt and minerals and stuff. But other than that, it's still approximately the same size as it was when it was buried. And in another year, I will dig up my second hole and do the whole process all over again to compare. I checked the acidity of the soil, and it's about a pH 6, so it's a fairly neutral soil, just slightly acidic. Someone suggested testing for iron and other minerals, and that's a great next step, I think. Thank you.
All right, hello. I'm Sir Warren, and I'm presenting some enameling and casting today. So you can see, I think, my work on the table here. Should I just talk like everybody's here? All right. So most of this stuff is produced in the style of lost wax, although I've made some modifications that are a little bit more modern than that. That helps me produce a lot more things more rapidly so I can get more stuff out to people. So let me talk about how I develop my patterns first. For example, this is an Anglo-Saxon piece, a brooch very similar to what they might have had in early 6th or 7th century England. That piece would have been made of gold with red garnets instead of the enamel. But this is a pretty good representation, at least what I feel, of that piece. How I made this was I first took a picture of an Anglo-Saxon brooch and brought that photo into a Fusion 360, which is a 3D CAD modeling program, and I built up over about 4 to 6 hours is how long it takes for me to build up a 3D model of the piece. Okay, and once I have an actual 3D model of the piece, I can use that to print on a 3D printer with a special resin that is wax based, so that I can use the lost wax method. So once the piece is printed, it's cured under UV light, and then I attach a sprue, which is where the metal is going to go in, and then I put the whole piece in basically plaster of Paris. It's not really plaster of Paris. That's what you guys would know. It's called investment, but it's a silicone-based plaster that's really tough and can handle really, really high temperatures. So the plaster sets, and then after about 2 hours, it's ready to go in the kiln. It goes into the kiln for 2 hours at 300 degrees, and then ramps up over about 8 hours to 600 degrees, and then 900 degrees, and the ultimate high temperature is 1350, which basically cleans out everything. And at that type of temperature, all the soot and any residue that's left over from the wax just is absolutely vaporized, and it leaves a pristine mold in the plaster that I can pour into. So we don't cast it 1300 degrees, that's a little too hot. We let it go down to 700 degrees, and then that's our casting temperature. I have a separate furnace that heats up the metal. For bronze, that would be 2200 degrees. And about 100 degrees really over melting temperature to get a good flow. And we're gonna pull a vacuum to get the air out. And so a vacuum goes down the bottom, the metal goes down the top, and we're left with a piece. Obviously, there's no color on it at that point. After the metal gets poured in, we're going to take that flask and just plunge it into water. Once it has a couple of minutes for the metal to at least cool down to a solid, and then once we put it into the water, it's going to break all that plaster off the mold, and we're going to be left with our piece. At that point, we're going to cut off the screw. We're going to use some files to get everything all cleaned up. We're going to put the piece into a bath of citric acid, which is called a pickle, and that's going to get all the fire scale off, and then polish it, clean it, make sure all the faces that I want to look clean are clean. And then for a piece like this, or most of my stuff, I'm going to use a enamel to put some color on it. The enamel is just a very fine powder. It's mostly glass with some pigment. And what we're going to do is mix the powder with a little bit of water. And then you can pick up the enamel on a brush, and it's gonna, you can just place it kind of where you want it. And you got to get the moisture content just right. In this case, see, it's a little dry, so I can take just some water and put it on there, and that's going to make everything smooth out. The enamel's really not going to move all that much. It's very, very, very viscous, very sticky stuff. So where I put it is where it's going to stay, even once it's heated up to firing temperature, which is 1400 degrees. And at that temperature, the powder is going to melt. This piece just came out of the furnace, and as you can see, it's compared to this one has no fire scale. This one is completely covered in fire scale because it just came out of the furnace, but the glass is nicely melted and smooth. So this piece has to go back into the pickle when I get home, and then all the fire scale will come off, and then it will go into a polishing machine, basically a tumbler, for a few hours, and it'll be finished. So,
you want to talk about any of the other pieces on your table?
So this is actually a piece that I did. It's kind of cool because it has, a lot of set gems on it. This is a Artisan that I made for my wife. This is another piece that has some silver wire that's been soldered to the bronze to make for a contrasting, nice aesthetic. So let's see. Any questions?
It'd be a little difficult to get the from the viewers.
Okay.
Actually, what got you into this?
Well, I've always been, I've just always liked blingy, metal bits. So I got in because back in the day, my knight, Sir Gernon, really encouraged me to look real period on the field, with period buckles and period pieces. And I always really liked just having the blingy pieces. Back in the day, I made a squire's belt with a whole bunch of castings that I bought from a company, Armor and Castings from Ukraine. They're still in business and they do excellent work. And I just got started. I was spending so much money on it, I decided to spend even more money on it to buy all of the equipment and do it myself. So. Awesome.
lion's pride, lion's children, hear my
Salve, Chibus, Salve Omnis. Welcome to the workshop. If you have something that needs to be repaired, you are welcome, bring it forth. Otherwise, if you have questions, I have answers.
What are you working on?
Currently, I have repairs to be done to Caligula, the small one-span ballista right over here. Its winch mechanism needs a new flywheel, but right now everything else is in reasonable working order. With a Roman legion, that was one of about 60 machines that would be within a given legion. And currently, thanks to sons of dis, a number of legionaries misplacing one of my libella, I'm working on a new libella, which is to your ears, it would be considered a carpenter's square. So the structure here, mortise and tenon, and structure here. So working on clearing out the mortise and tenon joints. But as you see, all these pieces here are representative of what would be in a camp of 3 days or thereabouts. So what immediate projects would be necessary to keep a legion moving and functioning in a short-term camp in the field. So this is where we get to a new location for a military camp, pull a number of boxes, like these Corbridge boxes, off of the cart, unload, set up shop, and have readiness to be able to go ahead and support anything from this person with a broken pole for a Cantabrinia tent, or somebody bringing in a broken furca for their pack, or a strap that's busted on their armor, or you name it, we can fix it.
Can you go through some of the basics of what would be in this camp?
Well, in the Roman Fabrica, we would have certainly a selection of tools there and above, as well as space with which to work them.
This looks like an anvil?
It is absolutely an anvil, and if we were in significant wartime, in which case we might have to actually strike coins in the field, we actually have field dies to be able to strike coins as well. Some of the tools of the legion itself. So if we need to polish the eagle or reset it to a new base, or an imago in that case of Trajan. Unfortunately, Glory Victus was out of date. We're in Hadrian now, guys. Understand. To send information back and forth to other members of the Legion, I might send it to them as a note on a wax tablet. Or if I really, really want to make certain that everything is more permanent, or if that's what I have at hand at the moment, I might send them a note based off of taking a shaving from one of the pieces of wood that's lying about, and sending a message like this one that's asked the Conterior for 8 more men to work on the second road. So those wood shavings actually come in handy. And, of course, to be able to go ahead and work the wood, any sort of thing from tent poles to fixing carts, I might need this plane. And, well, almost everything here was made by hand by me, because it would be necessary to go ahead and develop many of these things on the fly in the field, and can be done with the tools that are here. As far as general presentation, however, the purpose of this is to try to set up a space where it can be brought to a couple of events a year and set up to discuss and become a drop-in class to help individuals with any sort of things where they bring in actually a broken object, and we try to take and use period tools and period know-how to figure out how to fix said object. So instead of whipping out a power drill and working on a broken rivet, how would they have done it in period? How would they have done it at this time period?
Do you have the rivet tool option?
Well, we've got, everything from, if I need to go ahead and cut out a broken rivet, I can certainly And a lot of tools are no different than they are 1,000 years later, 1,500 years later. There's quite a lot of tools that their lineage traces all the way back to Rome or even before.
Anything else you want to talk about?
Well, would the rest of the audience be interested in a little bit about Roman surveying?
Sure. I think that'd be interesting.
Well, this rather interesting implement right here is called a groma. The groma is the grand old way of laying down perfectly straight lines in the world. You would trace across the individual plumb bobs. As you twist, you can go ahead and create a line of 3 points or a dead line of 2 points that will give you a straight line, a natural straight line. The problem is you can already see it's wavering back and forth even just from my bare movement right there. That is the old way. It would have been known to the ancient Greeks. It would have been known to the ancient Egyptians. By now, at the time of our blessed Hadrian, we have better technology. So we have things like this dioptera, which can be looked through, and the hairlines lined up so as to go ahead and define a straight line perfectly, for which I could get a number of legionaries to run out in the field with mallets and individual stakes and stake lines in the ground dead along a perfect straight line. Great for laying out roads. But if I want to do something further, like we need to transport some water, well, if we need to go ahead and create an aqueduct, we go one step further. We can go ahead and start the process, and this would actually have a separate frame. Unfortunately, because of all the other things going on in this location, we have a limited space. But I could set up a frame here that would hold this in place, and this is a chorodates, and I can use it to sight lines, the same lines I have from the dioptera. And then, if I want to find perfect level, this is actually a water level, an aquarius. It can be filled up with water, and as long as it's dead level.
Is there a channel in the middle here?
Channel all the way through. Filled up with water. Once it's filled up with water, water seeks its own level. So as long as this is dead steady, water shouldn't spill. If I then lift this side to a point where the water starts to spill here, that should be roughly equivalent to that 4 degrees mentioned by Vitruvius and Fortinius as being the necessary angle for a good aqueduct. But everything here has its need and its purpose. From the Furcapole, it's my basic equipment in the field, to the different tools that are there to support the ballistaria, the operators, the ballistas, or other tools to be able to fix different things, to Caligae needing repairs, because footwear go through all forms of damage after being marched in and walked in for long periods of time, especially those with all the hobnails in the bottom. Hobnail replacement would certainly be something done here in the workshop.
That everyone wants to.
about however you started down this tea rabbit hole.
Okay.
Talk a little bit about yourself, talk about what your focus is.
Okay. Well, my name is Lorraine, and I am from the Shire of Cornwall, and I do both painting. I paint charters. I also design blanks for charters, and I've done original artwork as well. The other part of my life in the SCA is also with tea. So for over 20 years, me and my husband do tea education demonstration. So diving into the history of tea and doing tea in the SCA just seemed really natural. So
What have you prepared for us today?
So the first cup I poured for you is a raw pour. So pour is a classification of tea that is kind of like the wine of the tea world. It's processed differently. It's fermented, and it gets better with age. So what you're drinking is a 2012 raw pour. So it's about 11 years old. So it's considered kind of a teenage tea. You're still going to have some of those grassy, kind of bright notes to it. But that's going to dissipate as it gets older. So as it gets older, it'll turn darker, like this tea cake, which is a ripened tea cake to artificially simulate age. So this is like a 20-25-year simulated age cake. And it's much, much darker. For that here.
So you said this is raw.
It's a raw pour.
Does that mean something to do with the way that it is processed after harvest, or
so they take the tea, they pile it to and dry it and press it into cakes and let it age naturally. So nothing else. Yep. So nothing else is done with it. It's wrapped. Yep. It's dried, wrapped in paper, and then with the fermentation of it, it gets better with age. Since a lot of people don't like to wait 20 years for a cake, that's when you do the ripened pour or baked pour, also known as choux pour. Then this is baked, and you can definitely see the difference in color, in leaf tone.
That looks closer to the kind of tea leaves you buy from the store.
Yeah, so what normally you buy from the store would be like a black tea, a oolong tea.
Right.
I mean, there's lots of different kinds of tea in the world. We do a lot with the 6 orthodox kinds of Chinese tea, which would be a white tea, green tea, yellow tea, which is not commonly found. It is found, but it's like one step process different from the green tea. Then you have your oolong teas, your black teas, and then your fermented teas, which is your pu'ers, your liu baos, your heichas. Those all fall under the dark tea category.
So most tea is not fermented, is that what I'm hearing?
Most tea is like white teas are usually sun-dried. You have your greens, which can be processed or pan-fried. Oolongs, roasted, charcoal roasted, electric roasted. Your black teas, they're usually going through a baking type process, not aging process, but baking type process. So but then you go into your Indian teas, you go into your Japanese teas, your American teas. There are teas grown in the U.S. and they are processed differently. Same but different.
Is it all? I'm full of questions. I'm sorry. I'm a tea drinker. I enjoy tea. I mostly drink black tea. I love oolong. I love red tea, rooibos tea.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm kind of a tea aficionado, I guess. Tea enjoyer, person who enjoys tea, and who's only really
rooibos baked in a mandarin.
Oh, rooibos.
Okay. Sure. So I started illuminating and painting in the SCA in 2018. I've been going to SCA events for a lot of years. In fact, 22 years before they finally gave me my AOA, my Shire mates. Anyway, but in 2018, I attended Ursula Mass with a friend, co-worker, also a fellow SCA person from the Shire of Cornwall, and said, hey, come to our scriptorium. They had cookies. I've never left. So
believe I'm working on my 89th charter painting. So where someone else has done the artwork and I've painted it. I've also created blanks for awards and have done some original work as well. So my confidence, here's my confidence. 2019, our Yagdiga of our scriptorium asked us to paint a piece that represented what our scriptorium meant to us. So this is what it meant to me. So, and she brought my confidence today for me. It was perfect. So I've done a little bit of everything in scriptorium. I've also done original powder pigment paints. I've done gilding as well. But probably the best resource, I mean, I've got books and everything, but this is all the people, and not all of them, just some of all of them, people who have helped me with my art before SCA, since I started with the scriptorium, even painted miniatures, because I am an old geek. So yes, we painted miniatures. But you know, those are the people who have been the best help, inspiration, guidance for me. I also have one of those for all my key people too. So
That's a great idea.
yeah, because you know, I look at books, but when I'm really stuck on something, it's the people that I go to. It's like, what do you think of this? What about this color combo? Or what are you seeing here? So, you know, like this piece here that I did with the boat, we had several people in our scriptorium paint that, and we would all go to each other and go, oh, you're doing that? Oh, I want to do this. Or what do you think about this? And we'd share our ideas. And that's, I think, what really has brought a lot of, I hope, success to what I painted. And I hope people who get these charters or awards or scrolls enjoy them, because that's why I do it.
Not only do the people who receive the finished awards enjoy them, but the people who get to paint them enjoy them, because you made, like I see the design right up there, that is from the current reign. I'm the current royal scribe, and
yes.
you did that for this reign.
Yes, I did.
The one with the lattice work on the top.
Yep.
Is which is our Richards Award for artist something. No, it's arts.
Ah, okay, wonderful. I don't often get to see my stuff out in the wild, so when I do, it's really fun. So
it does. It feels special, doesn't it?
It does. It's like,
and scrolls tend to, like, you'll see them in court, and then they go home with whoever is doing that. You often see them.
I have been in a lot of courts where they don't show the award; they just hand it to the person. You don't get to see. You're like, and you can tell who's inscribable. You can tell who's inscribable because they're like, which one is it? Which one? Turn it around.
Yeah. Bring it through the crowd.
Yeah. So it is fun when you see your work. And I think it's more rewarding though when you see someone who's gotten one of your awards and they're like, I got this. I got this piece of really good paper. That's awesome, you know. And it makes you feel good.
Yeah. A lot of the work of scribes is invisible because a lot of the research is done at home or in small groups. The line art, the painting, and then we show it in court. You know, if we show it around, and then the person takes it. So it's important that we, as scribes, that we show portfolios. You know, capture this on live stream, that we put it up on court. You know, picture of the award.
For sure. I think that's one thing I've seen most often. I'm in a lot of the different groups online, and one of the things I do see very often is other scribes going, I never hear about my work. I don't know where it goes. I paint it, I turn it in, and crickets.
And it disappears.
And
we're about a time.
oh, okay.
So we're closing things. Thank you all for watching. We'll go on to the next one.
Hi there. So what? Oh, my name is Gideon Ravensfury, and I carve things. What kind of? I'll give you the gist of it. What you see here is love. I'll tell you why. These scrolls are made off the canvas of Mr. Ravensfury's tent. He's gone now, and this is how I honor him, by making scrolls out of the material his tent was made of. This was made for somebody I really respected, and doing it with love makes it a better product. So, with that,
I think.
okay, all right.
Don't know what my phone decided to do. That was weird.
So as I was saying, what you're looking at here is products of my passion for doing things for people. Each of what you see here was done as a gift for somebody, or related to somebody I know and care about. I find that art comes out better when you do it with love. And I sell nothing, I give everything away. And it's how I believe art should be done. And I enjoy these events because we get an opportunity to come out and show people what we're up to. And I'll do it again.
Can you tell us a little bit about this wood piece here?
All right, so this was made for Agman Glumson. He's a knight from, I believe, well, anyways, he's Baron Alexei Squire. He's a friend of mine. It is made of Norwegian poplar, except for the boat part, which is made of oak. The little dogs here on the corner are made to match the knight's chain the young man was given, which is over there on the corner. Sir Warren made the knight's chain. Yeah, so the chain is there. So we kind of collaborated a little bit on that. It took 6 weeks, about 205, 210 hours, and probably one of the funnest projects I've ever done, because I knew that I was going to get it, and I knew he was going to be all happy, and the win for me on that project was seeing the tears in his eyes when he got it. So that's why I do them.
Anything else you want to talk about?
No, I think we covered it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I am Honor de Cassac, and my display today is about the letter writing manuals of the Middle Ages. I reside in Aquaterra, and I do a variety of crafts with fur and so forth, but this is my deep passion and uber geekitude. So what I have today here is, along the back, I have a timeline of the history of letter writing manuals and their origin of coming out of the ancient Greek and ancient Rome oratory culture. We've all seen the paintings of Plato and Aristotle speaking to a classroom of students, and what they were doing in those classrooms was teaching them how to do persuasive arguments and persuasive speaking. And when the Roman Empire arose, we started to see some of these lessons getting written down, but they were still really focused on here's how you talk in a persuasive manner. And it wasn't until the 4th century we start to see any kind of documentation around letters themselves. In the Dark Ages, when Rome fell, you had a depopulation of the urban centers where Rome tended to be focused. And with that depopulation, you see the need to get communications across larger distances of land. And you see more and more letters being utilized that relied on a envoy to also communicate part of that letter orally. It wasn't written down. When Charlemagne was crowned, he actually ordered the funding of schools to improve the education of clerics so that the documents produced during his realm were of better quality. And through this, you see a lot more instruction of letter writing happening, but this instruction was happening through the use of a classroom and model letters, where people would hunt through a stack and find a letter that has to do with the topic that they wanted to write about, and they'd just copy it out and they'd fill in the name. It wasn't until the investiture controversy, when the Holy Roman Emperor decided he wanted to crown bishops, and the Pope said, no, I don't think so, and excommunicated him, that you start to see the need for a prestigious and distinctive identity in letters. And from this, the Bishop Alberic of Monte Cassino published a book called The Flowers of Rhetoric, where it combined the model letters and the classroom experience of learning letter writing theory into one text. This was a really pivotal moment in education, and it ended up becoming incredibly popular. You start to see an explosion of letter writing centers and of a lot of different kinds of manuals being produced around Europe. Over time, these manuals evolved, and you started to see letter writing manuals that also included, here's how you write letters, and here's how you write poetry. Here's how you write letters, and here's how you write a sermon, or how you should go about teaching at a university. And these letters had a lot of really interesting characteristics. They always started by defining terms, and then they talked about how the author is so much smarter than his rivals, and their works are terrible, and don't pay attention to them. It was such a really classic characteristic of those manuals. And then they included historical people and historical situations to show how they were very well versed, and also introduce students to the kinds of political environments that they're going to be encountering in the chanceries and in the courts. And then they also would talk about, and here's how not to write a letter, here's how to do it really badly, and here's how to make it better. Through all of this, we're still seeing a lot of evolution of society itself, and letters ended up becoming a really powerful tool for women to be able to exert their influence in establishing and nurturing relationships across distances. And letters became a really, really powerful tool for women. And you'll find today a lot of letter writing collections that are mostly letters from the women. The last of the major societal influences that I have here is Henry V, when he in 1420 was going to try to go and have a war against France again. He was facing a lot of political discomfort and people not really wanting him to do that. And so this is where the letters became another primary tool of communication and propaganda. And Henry decided in 1420 that all the letters coming out of the war before coming back home to update the population would all be in English. This was an explosionary thing. This is the first time that you have any kind of ruling power valuing and prioritizing the vernacular language. And you start to see manuals coming out written in the vernacular, and you start to see different kinds of organizations prioritize vernacular language. These letters, you might be thinking, okay, this is interesting. What does this have to do with the SCA and beyond just being cool history? Well, think about all the awards that you hear about in court. You always starts with King, who is so wonderful, Queen, who is so gorgeous and wonderful. We give forth this person is wonderful, and we're going to give him this award given this day. That's actually really classical letter writing structure. It starts with, look at this amazing, wonderful ruler, and look at the things that this person is doing, and they're providing information to persuade you about why this person deserves this award. And that's what letters were. They were persuasive arguments. They were oratory arguments in written form that were meant to represent the voice of the person writing the letter. So really, letters are the core of communication and a massively important tool for understanding the lives of the everyday person in the Middle Ages. When you look at the letters from the past, you're seeing instances and stories and relationships you see today. You see kids writing home to mom and dad for money for school, and you see mom and dad writing back saying, we know you're actually not studying, you're just playing your lute around the fountain, and that's not cool. And you see women writing, begging for the ability to go see family members from a ruler because their family is locked up. And you see, for example, there's this one excellent example from a manual of a woman saying to her husband, you don't write home enough, I miss you, you need to come home. And then the husband's response of, I've written many letters, but you know, the people sending the couriers of these letters are not reliable and they sometimes get lost, but trust me, I've written them, I will be home soon, calm down, honey. And it's just these really fantastic examples of relationships that we all can relate to today. I have over here as well some of these later manuals, mostly from when manuals were available in print, because that was a really powerful opportunity for more and more people to have access to education. And I also have an early example of a manual that, lucky enough, we actually had a scholar take the 1100s manual and make it available typed in Latin and in English so that people today can read and learn. And these manuals about letters are filled with so many kinds of lessons, like how to speak humbly to someone above you, how to speak respectfully to the person below you, how to put together evidence for an argument so that you can ask for something. And there's a lot of great letters that survive today that we can still look at that are beyond just the big letters that came out of kings and queens and popes. There's letters of the everyday person. Over here I have in the top, this is from the Folger Shakespeare Library. This is a letter from a gentleman writing his father-in-law. He got married without the father-in-law's permission. And this is a letter of him basically saying, I'm really, really sorry. She's really, really wonderful. Please don't hold this against me. Also, I need a job. And I have here too, this is one of my favorite things. This is the first documented letter of Princess Elizabeth, soon to be Queen Elizabeth, written in her own hand in Latin. And this is a really fantastic example of traditional letter writing structure. The way that it opens is still in the virtues of the person that she's sending it to and building her argument so that she can make her request. There's a lot of really amazing places you can learn more about letter writing. A lot of wordsmiths and scribes will use letter writing to be a help guide for the structure of awards and ceremonies. And you can see letters in all kinds of things like invitations to events. And these are exactly the things that they were done in period. And there's so much more opportunity for us to really delve into this space and to use the ambiance created by letters to help improve the ambiance and build more of that tactile experience of the Middle Ages. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, good morning, and good day. I am His Lordship Volk the Grey, and I am presenting my puppetry. So what I do is I tell stories with puppets, and I also use puppetry as a way to convey what these stories are. And we've got over here to the other side, we've got a progression of how I make puppets. All the way over to see where the yellow lady is. Her name is Shirley. And then how I make puppets and the progression of puppetry, of making a puppet from using a form and then making the head and putting the head on that. And here's the form with some clothes on, and then the final outcome is, and this is serious. So this is serious, and that's Shirley.
Surely you can't be serious. Yes, I am serious. And she's Shirley. And that is how serious sounds. Today I'm presenting at Athenaeum. And I'm presenting because I love puppetry. And I love telling stories.
All kinds of things you do. Like, could you talk about what you're doing at 12th night, maybe?
Oh, absolutely. So at 12th night, I am a part of a troupe, a Commedia dell'arte troupe called E Felsari.
Oh, yeah, I saw those online.
E Felsari, we put on a wonderful performance for your majesties. And, our patron is Vittoria, and she's over there. And she is our amazing patron. She is a Laurel. Our Capicamico, Myri Blackadder, she is our leader, and she will become a Laurel at July coronation. So we're just covered with laurels. We put on a performance, and during that performance, I used Sirius and Shirley as a way to express what was going on with the troupe. This year, I have a puppet stage that I've made. And on one side of the puppet stage, you can see the letters WOAW. And that is because I am a member of the Whimsical Order of Ailing Wit. So I will pun with impunity. On the other side, you see E Felsari, which is our Commedia troupe, and then Volk the Grey. Puppetry is something I've been interested in for many years. I do it as a way of entertaining and making people laugh, hopefully. I do a class on puppetry. It's pretty basic, a little bit of history, and then some tips about what to do with your puppets, how to perform with them, and also how to make them.
Yeah.
What?
Is that everything for you?
Pretty much. I mean, it's pretty basic. Well, I'll tell you what. Let me. Hand me Shirley. Hand me Shirley. Which means you're going to hand me the body and the head. Her body is over there. The rainbow. There you go.
Yeah, I think it's definitely one. And I just have my soul on them. They have the original soul. And look at some words through. I'm ready.
Okay. So, you ready? Okay. Recently, I was asked by a member of the SCA, how do you perform with puppets when you don't have a theater? And there's a couple of ways you can perform. One way is just to perform with the puppets and use them as props and explanations. Another way is to wear a full mask, and then you're fully masked and the puppets are the center. But another way, so that you're not fully masked, is to wear a mask with the mouth covered. And I want to do a quick performance with Sirius and Shirley here, using my mask. There we
Hello, my name is Sirius. My name is Shirley. Get it? Shirley? Isn't anybody going to say it? Somebody say it. Come on.
Surely you're not serious.
Yes, I am serious, and this is Shirley. Ha-ha. So, today, I'm going to give you some jokes. Now, understand that these are really bad jokes. Yes, they are. They're horrible jokes. But we love them because they're bad. All right. So, you want to start? Yeah, I want to start. Okay. So, why did the dragon stop eating nights? I don't know why. Because his doctor told him to get off the iron. That's bad. Yes, it is. Speaking of dragons, why did the second dragon stop eating nights? I don't know why the second dragon stopped eating nights. Because he didn't like eating canned food. Okay, I got another one. Another dragon one. How did the dragon keep his teeth so white? I don't know. He used armor bright. Oh, that's good. Okay, I got another one. I want to choose one for you. It's my turn. Okay, it's your turn. Cheese. What kind of cheese surrounds a castle? Mozzarella. Okay. Why was the squire allowed to use a brick of cheddar as his offhand weapon? I don't know. Because it was extra sharp. All right. Let's wrap this up. Okay. All right, real quick. So, Knight walks into a bar, calls Light, walks underneath. A Laurel walks into a bar, steps back, looks at the bar, assesses the look of it, and then walks underneath it. A Maud walks into a bar and then does a flourish and leaps over it. A Pelican watches the Knight, the Laurel, and the Maud walk into the bar and figures out a way to move the bar so nobody walks into it anymore. Ha! Okay, that's enough.
maybe how you got started.
Okay.
What it is that drew you to it in the first place.
Okay.
Maybe what it looks like to do this on a regular basis.
Okay.
Behind some of the behind-the-scenes stuff would be amazing.
All right. You ready? Okay. I'm Dagun Harasdatter. Some people, I'm known as Bruna. And I love falconry. That's I was a falconer before I joined the SCA, and it just sort of naturally came as part of what I do. I get to share this amazing animal with people who appreciate it. I've been a falconer for about 10 years, SCA for about 8. And while I'm super excited to share things like my experimental archaeology on lures, my current new passion is bringing falconry to everyone. Falconry can be documented about 10,000 years. That's documented. It existed a lot longer. But it was a fad from about the 11th century to the 17th century. So pretty much everyone in the SCA would have been experienced in some way with falconry, and how it's important to bring as part of your persona. If you're doing persona development, pretty much everybody would have been involved with falconry. And you might wear something like this as an accessory. I always equate it with the guy who comes back from skiing wearing the pass in the office. Like, ask me about skiing. Ask me about falconry. Falconry was not about putting food on the table. It was about socializing. It was the executive golf game. It's if you were the Baron and the king asked you to go out hawking, you might present him with a nice lure or a hood, and you may talk to him about marrying your son off to his third daughter. It was about society and social mobility. And if you were a woman, it put you on equal footing with men. It was how you might meet a lover. It would be just to get away. And it wasn't just about food. And that's exciting. I mean, here's a playing card, and the suit is lures. It was that common. And again, literally everybody would have known about it. Even if you were an orphan on the street, you would see people walking around with hawks. You may never know what a loom looks like, or a harp, or something else. You would know about falconry. And so it's important to everyone. And I want to share that, and I want to bring that to everyone. This is Louise. She is a 1-year-old peregrine falcon. She was born in captivity. I've had her since she was about 2 weeks old. She's in the middle of molting. All this chocolate brown plumage is going to fall out, and she'll be kind of silvery black. And not chocolatey. So she's a little rough right now, but she'll be even more beautiful in about 2 months. She enjoys being able to be out. She's super relaxed. She likes seeing things. She likes watching what people are doing. And again, I get to share her. And how often are you that close to something like this?
Can you tell us a little bit more about the lure?
The lure, okay. So this is my lure. This is a modern lure. It's the one I've used for about 10 years. It's an absolute necessity for falconry. In period, a functional lure no longer exists. These extant examples have all disintegrated. They're made with leather and feathers, so they'd be gone. I recreated this lure based on pictures and spoke with the director for the British Archives of Falconry and talked to him about construction. And then I moved on to this lure, Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II was an avid falconer. He literally wrote the book on falconry and period. And he wrote instructions on how to construct this. This would have been made with crane wings, but because those are illegal for me to possess, these are goose, so I scaled it down. I was struggling. I was trying to figure out the language, and then I saw this picture, and that's the lure that he described. And so between his words and that picture, I was able to construct this. This is where you would tie meat on both sides. So no matter what side this landed on, the bird would be rewarded. And the birds know, you train them there's always food on this. So if your bird misses her prey, you would pick this up, you would swing it. She would go from what she was hunting to this, because this is consistent and operant conditioning works. So I'm excited by this.
You say you've been in the SCA for 8?
About 8 years.
You've been falconing for 10.
Yes.
So what got you originally into falconing?
When I was a child, I read My Side of the Mountain, and I wanted to be the feral child living in a tree with a falcon and a raccoon. That was my goal. And, life happened. And one day I was sitting with my husband on the porch, and he said, "Have you ever thought about falconry?" And I'm like, "Yes." So it took another 10 years after that, and got my license. And then now this is where I am.
Is Louise your only bird?
I have an owl at home as well that I use for education. You don't really hunt with them because you don't want to eat what they catch, and it's at night, and there's all kinds of complications. Oh, you are welcome. I'm happy to talk about falconry.
Hi, I'm Isabella De Firenze, and I'm from the Barony of and most of what I do is indigo dye, natural dyes, and shibori, which is a Japanese word for a bunch of different types of resist dye. Like tie-dye would be a type of shibori, but you also have itajime for like board resist, so you can put a couple of boards together and tie really tight with folded fabric in between, or wax resist, stuff like that. But yeah, I also do a lot of research. I do a lot of alchemy research and just various sorts of research. I love going down rabbit holes and finding, answering questions is a big one. Just if I have a question, I go down this rabbit hole and I do a bunch of research on it. My favorite project is this, move the cord here, move the cord, is this Japanese obi that I did. I wove it from silk and tied it in a traditional shibori pattern. With the traditional shibori method, the pattern itself was mostly because of how dense the fabric was. And then I dyed it with indigo. And I did that for Turi ANS last year, which I won. I'm the scholar of Turi right now. And yeah, that's one of my favorite projects because of that. Well, we could talk about the one next to it, which is, this is a panel, or going to be a panel for a Japanese kosode that's done in the same shibori style. It just hasn't been dyed yet. And this will be one of the main body panels once I get to it. And I'm hoping that I can actually grow enough Japanese indigo, which, let's see if we can get a better picture inside the jar. So that's Japanese indigo, and I'm hoping to grow enough of that I can dye an entire Japanese kosode with it, which is going to take some time, and I've been growing Japanese indigo for probably about 6 years now. So,
any other dye stuff you want to talk about?
Sure, yeah, let's talk dye stuff. Let's not get tangled in all of my stuff. We've got, this is dyed with marigold, is this yarn here. And then I've got some wool roving that has been dyed with logwood, and I'm very proud of the purple I managed to get with that.
That is nice purple.
Right, yeah. And then also I use these handkerchiefs as kind of experiments, so I can do, a fancy new dye I want to try. But this green, which is lovely and mottled, I got from dyeing with weld and then dyeing with indigo over top of it to get this green, which is lovely. And for anyone interested in a pink, that is done with safflower, which you have to take the dye out of the safflower over multiple dye baths in order to get it kind of more red tinged, and then you turn it kind of alkaline, and then you have to turn it back to acidic to get the pink, which is very exciting and very scientific because I love apparently science in my art. Yeah. So these are different kinds of dye, so different types, and this is just kind of my display set of the various type of dye stuff you can use. So you've got logwood, which gets that purple, is just a wood. It's basically wood shavings. And what else have we got here? We've got, this will get you a yellow. This is cochineal, which is a bug that you crush up to get a red. This is kutch, which I believe is from, it's from a wood. I can't remember. I looked it up earlier, but now I can't remember what it is. And that I believe gets you a kind of brownish yellow. What else have we got here? We've got pomegranate, which is the rinds of pomegranate. And I think that also, a lot of these get you kind of a yellow or a yellowish brown. It's probably one of the easiest colors to get, but they're all different types of yellow, so it's interesting nonetheless.
Anything else you want to show off?
I don't think so. I think I'm good.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm here. I am Bianca di Baldassare Saturnio. We're here at Athenaeum, and I am making Chinese silk velvet flowers, also known as Ronghua. And please don't kill me on my pronunciation. They started in the Tang Dynasty, which was about 600 to 1100, and everyone wore flowers back then. Men, women, everybody. But you can't have flowers year-round. It's just not possible. So obviously they use fake flowers. That's when they started to do the fabric flowers that we all see at the fabric stores. They started doing these silk velvet flowers. They have ones that are covered in just like, it's a piece of wood cut into a petal and then covered in silk thread. Paper flowers, you name it, they had it. These are basically, the Ronghua are basically really, really fancy pipe cleaners. So as you can see here, I have silk thread that has had a wire wrapped around it. This is the starting stage, and then I have just started to twist them into the caterpillars, for lack of a better word. And then the next step is I will shape them into the desired shape. And then ultimately, you can form it into a little flower, which is super soft because of course it's silk. Then you can flatten it to have flat flowers or flat leaves.
And then you can glue it, just don't use as much glue as I did. So I got into these from Instagram videos of all the things to start off with. And then I found out, hey, it's period. Sweet. It's been really fun to research. So if anybody knows any connections in China, it's been great learning about the Tang Dynasty and Song Dynasty and the clothing and the accessories and all that kind of stuff. If you have any questions, let me know. I got the next fashion for next summer, let me tell you. So I don't
Hi, I'm Paulus Quintilius Barbatus. Barbatus, many ways to say it. I'd be known as Paulus or Barbus back in 117 CE. I'm not focusing just on a period of time, but a specific afternoon. The night that Trajan died and Hadrian became the emperor, my persona is a courier of the time. He's retired, had a good job in the military, went back to it as a courier. That persona led me to the research that I'm like, okay, this is easy. Anybody can find the caligae and the chainmail. But what interested me is the way I came to it from Dungeons and Dragons. What did they do for fun? I was in the military for 20 years, and I know we had about 80% of our time we had nothing to do. Well, they gambled. We have a dice tower. C. Viator is for Calvinus Viator. He was an actual centurion in the 4th Felix Flamina in Dacia, which is up in Bucharest, Romania now. What this is based on a picture I have, a metal dice tower they found in Germany. Nobody trusted each other to roll the dice. You had to drop them here, and the dice rolled out to the. So let's let the lady decide. As soldiers would, you got an argument? Let's let the lady decide. Now, no matter whether they're left-handed or right-handed, the gladius was used in the right hand. So the right hand became a dominant hand. Everything was done from the right hand. So I roughed up the spot. They loved their pinky rings. So I made sure to rough that spot up right there. So I wanted a little authenticity behind it. And that led me on to everything else. Like I said, what did they do? What did they do in their downtime? They smoked. They knew about cannabis, so that wasn't their biggest thing. They had many, many things they smoked. Type of glassware they had. They drank a lot, a lot. And it just brought me around to what are the other things like their symbols of office? The centurions with a stick, a simple stick, a vitis, also known as a vine cane. In Latin, vitis is close to the word for wisdom too. So, and a little bit of application of wisdom. So they were also referred to as terga et tibias, shoulders and shins. So when I'm finished with this one, well, they did vine canes from places where, of course, you have vines. But what about like in Romania where I have mine? What did they use? I'm not sure what their local wood was that they used. So I'm from Collardport, the Canton, out in the ocean, by the ocean. I picked up driftwood, and I'm doing that. And I'm using only the natural materials. I did a lot of olive oil coating on it, and now I'm doing hand oil. It's every once in a while, just the regular hands to. I keep working with it, and then I'll linseed oil it. And so this will be my application of wisdom, and it's become my absolute favorite piece. It's a stick. Don't know why that happens. But I learned something just very recently. This isn't part of what a centurion would wear. A legionary wears that. They wore belts that were plated like that one, but didn't have the Balteus down here. And they wore them crisscrossed like pistol belts. Often they fought outside without the shield. So they were quick drawing rather than having to grab and draw. So they could quick draw out there. The centurions had a grotesque attrition rate because you don't have one of these and you're out in front of a lot of people that have one of these, you're down. So that kind of leading from the front impressed me. What does it take for a person not to just go in a shield wall against them? What does it take for a person to stand between those shield walls? And as a military veteran, it just kind of stuck with me. What did it take? But for 1900 years, that might have been me. The helmet. These are fun. Right now, this is the base use where they would use horsehair. What I want to end up developing, this is my second one that'll come in. Come here.
is I'm going to fill that with sawdust and wood glue, and then a layer of wood glue on the outside so I can put a veneer. My arms is the butterfly, and so I'm going to put cavorting butterflies across the crest. And my friend, who is an amazing artist, is going to help me with this. We're going to do butterflies reversed with lightning bolts, the way they used to, and then the legion on each side. And the way they could tell whether their shield was upright or upside down, they usually painted something on the inside, on the ups, but it was usually, these are soldiers, and the Romans, so they had some amazing pornographic pictures on there. So what we've come up with is a metal charm that we've seen that is a giant phallus with a smaller phallus pushing a wheelbarrow of phalluses. That's what's going to be on the inside there.
Nice.
And with historical evidence of where they built one of those from. Other project I'm working on is the toga. That thing just needs a hem. That is 7 yards of material, and they wore a lighter wool, so it wouldn't be quite as heavy, but they also wore it over a tunic. The one thing I'm missing is centurions and the outliers were often taken and put in the Ordo Magistrata, which is the city council, because they didn't have enough Romans that wanted to go to the backwoods of nowhere and serve. So they would put a centurion in a toga and put him on a city council. But they had a special purple stripe. And to the Romans, the width of the stripe and the direction of it meant everything. So that's my current research, looking for a color purple and how wide. So it's those little things that have always interested me about it.
You focused on one day for your persona. That's a really amazing feat. What's been the most challenging part of it?
Wow. Identification. To a Roman lived with their gods. A Roman man knew Jupiter was in that temple, and Jupiter was responsible for these things, and they would grab themselves as they swore an oath and sold you something you didn't need for way too much money. And even the legionaries, there's a letter from Nero to a legionary congratulating him on his business acumen. So those are the things that draw me in there, those little corners. And yeah, the persona is a specific, but what it's led me to is a research across the breadth of 800 years of kings to republic to empire. And so the research is not limited, just the persona.
Anything you want to say in closing?
Just thanks for the opportunity to share my geek with the world.
Thank you.
Forget. I'm Genevieve Demoy. I'm from the Shire of Thornwold, and I'm here at Athenaeum today with my illumination. I got started in illumination when I first started in the SCA about 10 years ago, and it just kind of snowballed from there. A lot of the stuff that I work with is actually doing objects in illumination, so like stained glass style things. This just shows the progression of how I do the stained glass that I've done. And then really enjoy like the black hours because everybody does. Let's be honest.
There have been some really pretty ones of those lately.
Yeah, everybody really likes how stark it is. It's one of those points that one of the laurels made to me earlier, which is the fact that with two colors, you're creating something that feels so full, but it's actually, there's not a lot in it if you look at it very closely.
So how did you get started with the illumination?
I did art mundanely before this, and then I went to Scriptorum, and Jadwiga Sladimiskova is a friend of mine, and they were just like, guess what? Here's a charter, go paint it. And I just kept going. That's what it came down to. Yeah, like, that's about it. Like, this is what I do.
Is there a particular period of illumination that you were drawn to?
I tend to gravitate towards later period because I like painting objects. And for some reason in Western Europe, when you reach a certain point, it just became stack items on a page and paint them. So like the one over here for, oh gosh, it was a pelican scroll that I did. It's very much like there's a bunch of pots and we put it in a stack and now you paint them and make them the border, which makes no sense, but it's the style.
Is there, sorry.
How about this?
This is, gosh, who was this for? This was a pelican scroll for, I know of the name and it's just completely escaping me and I can't read it upside down.
Alessandra.
Yeah, it is actually censored at the bottom because Alessandra requested Jadwiga to put something on there that I could not put on Facebook. So
yes, marginalia.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of marginalia.
I do love marginalia. There's nothing better than a weird little guy on the edge of the page.
Jadwiga does a class in marginalia. Are you a big contributor to finding new marginalia?
I am not, but I do enjoy like seeing the results of other people's searches because man, stuff got weird.
Do you see yourself designing marginalia in the future?
Yeah, I can see it.
It's a little niche thing that.
Yeah, like mishmash. Here, I'm going to use this thing that looks almost like a crab, and then this thing that almost looks like a cat, and we're going to put them together and have them playing a flute.
What direction do you want to take your
I would really like to start, well, I've actually already ever started, but I would really like to move outside of Western European influences and look into South American, Asiatic. There's all sorts of other art that I don't feel like is represented enough in the SCA, and I'd really love to see more of that come forward so that we can inspire other people to do the same and create a more inclusive environment.
I know Thierry is very, I can't think of the word. We are very blessed to be receiving a lot of the scrolls that come up from the scriptorium.
Yeah.
And a lot of the populace of Thierry have really benefited from the work that you've done.
Well, thank you. We part of the reason that I started doing this in the first place was not just that it was handed to me, but because it gives me a chance to give back and do something that will mean something to someone. So whenever I do like a big scroll, I try to find out a little bit about the person so I can put some things in there that actually represent them. So like, especially in the case of a peerage, this is a big moment in their SCA lives, and I get to be a part of that by creating something that they will have to remember it by.
Any last closing words?
I don't know, keep being awesome.
A little bit about this before we go.
Oh, this is a court barony that was done for Mercia Stonegata in the Shire of Thornwold. It's based off of a Anglo-Saxon, well, like 3 Anglo-Saxon pieces. It was a lot of fun because I'd never done Anglo-Saxon before. What's really interesting is actually the calligraphy and the words were actually wordsmithed by my roommate who was in this booth next to me, which is Ursula von Freiberg. Because we lived together, we end up working together a lot. But yeah, it was, we did 2. We did one for her and one for Megan, Megan Althea, and they actually kind of match. But I would manage to convince Mercer to let me borrow it.
Cool stuff. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Ainsley Goldhart, and I am displaying tablet weaving and inkle weaving, predominantly my burqa work and brocade work, which is my passion. Here you can see my process when I was getting used to working with this. The final product is done in sterling silver wire and silk. So with this one here that you're looking at, this is where I tested the different gauges of wire to the most appropriate one for what I was working on. This next panel is the different gauges of wire that were options. I ultimately decided on 30 gauge wire. And this is the current end project. It's not complete. And this is silk and sterling silver.
You can see it, catch the light.
I'm guessing there have been historical finds of silk and sterling silver.
Yes. Well, it's not so much that it was a find of sterling. The find had silver wire in it that had a minor copper content, which would be sterling for us. So that's why I chose it. I'm going to ultimately try and do it in fine silver, but for now, sterling is easier to find. And yes, this particular band, I tried to replicate it as close to accurate as possible. My silk is a little thick, but the band turned out only 1 millimeter off from the original. So I'm quite happy with that. And it's, to date, my favorite piece of all. So
What got you started with the tablet weaving?
somebody challenged me. I'd started inkle weaving, and somebody said, hey, can you do this? I'm willing to try. And then it's, hey, can you do this? And yeah, I think so. And that's just, it's always been somebody challenging me. And I try and rise to the challenge, and I absolutely love tablet weaving.
Do you want to tell any stories about some of these samples here?
This is where it all started. These are various patterns of tablet and inkle weaving and some pickup styles. And this is just my first 5 years, where I started with inkle, and then I toyed with other things and toyed with creating some original patterns. And it's just, it's fun. I love doing it. And usually it's for somebody else, and I love how they react to my goodies. Then there's a few others here. I don't know if you can catch the pattern in this one.
Yep.
But that is a color on color Baltic, and I just tried it because it was so interesting to see this texture in it without a color change. It just gives it that, you just,
I had never thought of that, but yeah, that's
catch it right. So it's probably my second favorite, but I got annoyed with it for a while, so it's not on the loom right now.
Yep, that happens.
Yep. And this is another period piece I'm working on that's giving me a temper tantrum.
Loomy then.
Yes. And period colors, period techniques, right down to the horsehair weft. That's what was in the grave find, it was horsehair. And I hate wool. I'm sure I'm not the last person to say that, or the first person.
Oh, how about some of this?
These are tablets made from bone and a bone shuttle. I do not craft them myself, yay for Etsy.
Yep.
And then we have a few books of various different styles that I've used for patterns. And I think that's everything.
Talk about being challenged and enjoying the challenge. Is there a community?
Yes, there's a huge community. There's the Sable Lion Weavers for the Kingdom, and that is a huge community. There's also several other groups, but for Ontario, that's one of the biggest ones. And the feedback and the support you get from the Laurels is incredible. The biggest challenge actually has been that silver. Trying to get it not to kink and get it to lay even and flat. It's the challenges that go with wire weaving, and that is actually my first attempt with wire. So I'm quite proud of it. But I've already figured out I'm going to change things up. I'm going to change the loom. I'm going to change the way I've got it set up. I'm going to move it to an upright loom. And now I'm just trying to figure out what's next.
And just to point out how easy it is to make a loom, these are cabinet handles.
Yes, they are.
Looms out of so many different things.
And the weight for the loom.
Yes.
These are fence insulators. They're heavy enough. These weigh about 80 grams, whereas like Kumahima weights weigh about 20. So these are excellent.
And this is a warp weighted loom.
Yes.
Anything else you want to tell us a story about?
Okay, well, there's a humorous side to this. I can blame one single person for all of it.
Oh, yeah?
I was gifted a loom from a former Baroness of Terra Pomeria, and it's all her fault. Winning names. That would be Mistress Emma Von Berg. Sorry, Twyla. And but she started this all, and I thank her every day because it is my absolute passion. I love this stuff. I dream weaving.
If somebody wanted to get started, how would you suggest it?
If they wanted to start with inkle weaving, I would say the Inkle Pattern Directory. And if they want to start with jump right into tablet weaving, there is a book by Claudia Wolney called Tablets at Work. And there is the original Peter Collingwood. And then there's a good one for period patterns is Applesies and Fox Noses. And then there's a follow-up to it called Tablet Woven Treasures. And so many more. But if you want to start with inkle, definitely the pattern directory. It really makes it easy, and it goes over a lot of different styles.
Amazing. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.